Welcome to Andy's Powerboat videos by Andy's Video Photography.
Welcome to Windsor River by the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club, Friday the 18th of January for practice and testing for round one of the 2019 USA versus Australia Blown Alcohol Displacement Powerboat Challenge held on the Windsor River January 19th and 20th, Saturday and Sunday. We have Mark Gauchi, driver of Immortal, doing his testing and practice session. Video by Andy's Video Photography.
Out there testing. It'll be a fantastic weekend, seeing the Aussies versus the Americans. Ryan McIntosh from Taree, lock and load, 18th of January 2019. Blown Alcohol Displacement Championships on Friday, practice day, with Andy Bowen here from Andy's Video Photography as it goes down to the bottom of the bottom turn. That's all right. Hostage is out on the water here at Windsor, doing its practice for 2019 Australian blown alcohol championships. Was racing was at Taree, and unfortunately it crashed, spun and sunk up on the top of turn 3 and 4 on the banks of the Manning River in Taree. So it's back this weekend. Very good this weekend, as Chris's brother-in-law said, and his twin brother said they're gonna have a good weekend, they hope to, so I hope that goes really well this weekend. And also we've got Maquarie on the floor here at Windsor. Don't push it too hard, Mal. You don't want to wreck your engine yet. As Maquarie in the chase, he's just having a bit of Dean Barry, and she's the culprit too. On the water here at Windsor. Just practicing inside.
Well, that's all we have time for on Friday the 19th of January, testing and practice day for round one of the 2019 USA versus Australia Blown Alcohol Displacement Challenge. Stay tuned for tomorrow's racing, day one, the Aussies versus the Americans. I can't wait. I'm Andy Bowen from Andy's Video Photography. We'll see you then.
If you want to get out there and just walk and talk, we need to have more conversations around suicide prevention. We need to change government policy. We need to aim for zero suicide, and we need blokes looking after blokes. So I just thank you for your opportunity to be able to share that message with you today. If anyone wants to come and talk to me afterwards, I'd love to have a chat. And I think this is an amazing event, and I hope all the drivers, you have a very safe and a wonderful time over this weekend. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Peter. Beautiful words. Another famous face. I'd like to introduce you to the V8 Supercar Chaplain, Gary Coleman.
Thank you, sir, very much. Nice to be here for the weekend and to enjoy a very exciting international rivalry event. I'd like to talk to God about that, so if you'll bear with me, I'll talk to him right now. Our gracious God and Father, we tune into your wavelength at the moment, and thankful that we can enjoy our sport together. Thankful that you made us with the ability to create engineering wonders and to have great passion and excitement for speed, and to do that here today. And also, Father, be thankful for a change in the cycle of climate for our weekend. We appreciate that very much. Lord, I want to ask for safety all along the shores of the event today, and in the pit area and on the water, and also for getting to and from the event for both days. Father, be pleased in your grace and mercy to grant us safety from anything serious with that, and we thank you for
It is good to be back. We've got the A-grade team. I don't know where they are. Then they got up to come and say a few words. You're going to have to put up with us over the weekend. And of course,
Turn it up on the Windsor River here for the 2019 Australian Blown Alcohol Displacement Championships versus the Americans. Bring them.
Turn it up.
I hope the Aussies can show these Americans what they're made of.
And
We're going to see some fantastic racing here on the banks of the Windsor River in Bowen Hill. In Video Photography, you've got your coverage for this weekend.
Races, or they're not races.
Have you got turned up going down
and official racing
to the bottom of the turn?
Around midday, somewhere around there. So hopefully,
and we've got Tough Enough.
and we'll be missing out C-grade commentator.
Tough out on the streets as well.
He's got to go and see if he can get There will be there's always buzz at sunrise. Coming together with Paul Harvey from Henry, trying to top the I'd like to say, when you were down in Adelaide a few weeks ago, racing against you could have heard him from Sydney to Newfoundland. It's not often you get to race against your father and in-laws and all that kind of thing, but that would have been absolutely wonderful. So there we go, the new Turn It Up machine, the 6-litre.
It's your late comers, mate. You got to put up with it.
He's helping us just a couple of quick shakedown laps, Craig. Get them all ready. But I tell you what, these 6-litres are going to be young. Yeah, they'll put on a show for sure, Jamie. The young Connor Patterson, I should say, in the Turn It Up machine. We call it the Bumblebee, remember? We used to call that the Bumblebee. And it's got Big Danny, the Scott driving.
Of course, we've been used to seeing this Turn It Up machine in the last couple of years. Mick Lupton with the big flame motor in the back, driven by Darryl Quinn. Played a couple of years ago now, the Scotty Patterson.
Correct, that's exactly right. He's just like now driving it, but like I said, Big Daddy, he's in the pit, and he'll come out with the blown boats as well. So there we go. That's your first taste of a bit of 6-litre action on the water here for the 2019. I was too busy trying to get out of the sun to tell you the truth. But that looks like the new boat of Nudo's by the looks of it, I'm pretty sure.
I do believe Jamie got the twin turbo sitting in the back. We did see this at the Raymond Church Trophy Day, October from memory. But it was certainly quick in a straight line, but there were a few handling issues. Hopefully the Infinitely have got those rectified.
Yeah, that's right. It's a brand new deal. I think it's only been on the water a handful of times, Craig. So, look, I think the future looks promising, but yeah, like a couple of shakedown laps, you will see this thing come on the boost, and they're really trying to get a handle on it. He's actually out of 2 wickets. So remember the light blue boat of Alan Hughes, well, this is actually his son. Michael Hughes, the oldest. That's the name of the hull, and it's running a 406 cubic inch small block Chev with, like Jamie did say, with a couple of hair dryers off the side of it. So the old truly wicked engine. And, doesn't have timber bearers in it. It's actually got an alley chassis, so to speak, like a rail, like a popular rail. So, yeah, this time it's actually got a chassis inside of it, not like a normal boat rail. But you'll see Hugo trying to get a bit of a feel. He's having a few shakedowns last time. Like I said, this boat is recently new to hitting the water. The boat is actually a couple of years old, been through development stages and had capsules put in it. I think actually Alfie Airborne owned it for a while, and yeah, but it's actually on the water now with the Newton clan and the Price engine. So I'd say the future looks promising. So,
yeah, it does, and like you did say before, they're no strangers when it comes to these sort of things. So I'm pretty sure they'll sort it out in a hurry, and we'll see some pretty quick lap times out of this beautiful craft. It is a beautiful boat. So one of our, I was going to say blown alcohol displacement, but it's technically not blown alcohol. It's forced induction. That's better. That's better. So good looking machine. A lot of people are thinking this boat and Russian still. What are the answers? That's probably an example of why he is back. So the boat's sounding very, very strong there, and he comes back down very, very smooth. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it. About 220 kilometres an hour. The boy from Brisbane, Marge Watson, winner for the last 2 years in Adelaide, Fred Lewis, the winner of decision. Whether it may have had some sort of electrical issue or there's a fuel issue, but it was cracking a little bit, but it sounds like they've actually got stopped now, so fantastic effort for the boys there, and
140 miles an hour, 100 miles an hour is 160.
Dean Barry on the water here at Windsor, just up the top end of the course, getting ready for qualifying lap. Dean Barry is in Chiefs Culprit 2, very well known to the Windsor Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club,
We have a set of keys.
and knows this river off the back of his head. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen, and we will see Dean Barry come out of the top end of the course down to the bottom of turn 1 and 2 at the probably 100 mile an hour speed, flying down the main straight as Dean comes down.
Okay, we've got a green flag.
We've got a green flag.
Dean Barry, the first shootout. Eyes on the track. Come round there, sprint car style, Jamie Butler. Coming down for his shootout. Sounds like it's gone off just a little bit, so don't rule him out early. Coming down to take the check-in.
to come through. Wait for a little text message, stay tuned. There's the wife, Rochelle Becker. Between us, 5 children together. Favourite event, Marge Watson and the Bad Boat Challenge.
Great to see Johnny back out on the water in the rival machine. He was up here for a club day a couple of weeks ago, Jamie. Showed really good speed.
Yeah, I did see on their Facebook too, ladies, been doing some testing last week, but I tell you what, Holy Whiteman didn't that thing take off like a shot duck. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming down to start his time, eyes on the river, Johnny Backer and rival. Right up there. Very neat crate. That boat seemed to hook up very nice. Oh, he's nosed it in a little bit. Might have pushed out a bit too much time, but oh, at the little moment. Coming down now, holding the bin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming down the running a 6.5 cubic inch Berlin. Actually, he loves. He's a local Windsor boy. He lives on the river, not far down towards the boat. The boat. Favourite drinks 4X Gold, the occasional bourbon and coke. Favourite food is steak, and he is a fiberglass of boat builder. So he's a local guy, ladies and gentlemen. Looking very nice. Coming down the steps. We'll just wait for his time to come through. It's a big purple machine. This is actually a twin turbo big block Grumpy. He's another man been around Rocky Sour. John Blue, very close to his heart. And his favourite drink is Jack Daniels. Favourite food is bacon and eggs. So favourite event is Melton Gold Cup. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Eyes on the track. Coming down to face the Snowwatch. Look at that, holding it up. Eyes on the road to the top boy.
Of course, he's the Commodore of the Melbourne Speedway Club. A 21-foot Evercraft, or racecraft I think they're called. He's coming a bit slow, trying to get it out of the corner, but here he's holding the nose very nicely. Robert Sala in a Get backside, trackside, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a little favourite. Big racing alongside, holding your nose, and off the line, coming down the line. West Train turn, boys. Nice. Services actually straight away coming onto the Cowboy straight. Alright, ladies and gentlemen,
It's amazing when they button off and the crowd is deadly silent.
Brand new Charles play, ladies and gentlemen.
What's his nickname?
Backer or
Jimmy.
what is it?
Jimmy.
For a format. Well, mate, this one is like the wild turkey. Wild turkey. Still working on that one. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bulldog coming down the stage.
That sounds. Child's play, absolutely ringing the hell out of that engine. It's a little 372 small block temper coming down.
What is that there comes on the screen?
He's got shirts for sale too, ladies and gentlemen. Get down to the
That thing
Bulldog
comes on the
tent.
screen riding in it?
They do.
Yeah, saying it's going too quick.
Yeah, right.
Oh, I think he's turn it up machine.
Got me going
Warming
now.
up, but
Oh, no, he's not.
this
No, he's
is
not.
Pato, nicknamed Pato Scott Thomas.
Is that recording?
Machine.
Stop it.
Bot.
No.
And how do you get into Powerboat racing? Well, ladies and gentlemen, it comes to that time, the official opening of the Australian vs USA 2019 Lone Boat Challenge. I'd like to welcome everybody that's travelled around Australia from overseas here to the Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club here in Windsor. My name is Mick Humpy Lumsden, and we will be bringing you all the greatest in racing for the next 2 days. Action packed, we've got a lot of drivers down here in front of us here in the commentary position. And to say a few words, we've got Paul Spirit of the Year, Peter Webb.
Thank you very much. I was named Citizen of the Year about almost 12 months ago, just a couple of hundred metres up the road here. I'm a volunteer, I live in the Hawkesbury, and I guess this is a really great honour as I finish my year. Being named Citizen of the Year is volunteering work in the community, so I've been doing that for about 30 years. So on behalf of the 66,000 people of the Hawkesbury, I would like to invite or welcome everyone from overseas, everyone that's travelled from all out around all the different states to the beautiful Hawkesbury. As you can understand, the Hawkesbury City Council is named after this magnificent river, and to have this international event here is just truly spectacular, and I'm really pleased to be able to be here today. One of the things that if I can just take 30 seconds or so to say why I got named Citizen of the Year, is about 10 years ago I got involved in suicide. I didn't realise what a powerful message that is, or objective that is. For the people who are local, we have a Hope Walk coming up in 4 weeks' time opposite the Rat Base, and if you wanted to get out there and just walk and talk, we need to have more conversations around suicide prevention. We need to change government policy. We need to aim for zero suicide, and we need blokes looking after blokes. So I just thank you for the opportunity to be able to share that message with you today. If anyone wants to come and talk to me afterwards, I'd love to have a chat. And I think this is an amazing event, and I hope all the drivers, you have a very safe and a wonderful time over this weekend. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Peter. Beautiful words. Another famous face, I'd like to introduce you to the V8 Supercar Chaplain, Gary Coleman.
Thank you, sir, very much. Nice to be here for the weekend and to enjoy a very exciting international rivalry event. I'd like to talk to God about that, so if you'll bear with me, I'll talk to him right now. Our gracious God and Father, we tune into your wavelength at the moment. and thankful that we can enjoy our sport together. Thankful that you made us with the ability to create engineering wonders and to have great passion and excitement for speed and to do that here today. And also, Father, be thankful for a change in the cycle of climate for our weekend. We appreciate that very much. Lord, I want to ask for safety all along the shores of the event today and in the pit area and on the water, and also for getting to and from the event for both days. Father, we please in your grace and mercy to grant us safety from anything serious with that, and we thank you for that in Jesus' great name. Amen.
Amen. That was a skits prayer, eh?
Thank you very much, Taree. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, if we could still remain standing for the Australian anthem.
For we are young and free, with golden soil and wealth for toil. Our home is girt by sea. Our land abounds in nature's gifts, our beauty rich and rare. In history's page let every stage advance Australia fair. In joyful strains and let us sing, advance Australia fair. Go the Aussies! Go the Aussies! Up the Aussies! Show the Aussies show the Americans what we're made of! Welcome to the main event! Yeah!
Round of applause for our drivers, ladies and gentlemen, and best of luck for the weekend. Got us to come and say a few words. You're going to have to put up with us over the weekend. And of course,
Turn it up on the Windsor River here for the 2019 Australian Blown Alcohol Displacement Championships versus the Americans. Bring on! I hope the Aussies can show these Americans what we're made of. We're going to see some fantastic racing here on the banks of the Windsor River. Andy Bowen here with Andy's Video Photography. Got your coverage for this weekend. As we got turned up, going down to the bottom of the turn. And we've got tough out onto the course as well.
Get them all ready. I'll tell you what, these 6 litres are going to be young. Yeah, they'll be young. I'm on the show for sure, Jamie. The young Scott Patterson, Connor Patterson, I should say, in the Turn It Up machine. We call it the Bumblebee, remember? You saw that as the Bumblebee.
And that's why I want to be sitting down in a bloody sit thing like that, so I can videos and no one gets the bloody road.
Turn It Up as well. So, don't worry, we've been used to seeing this Turn It Up machine in the last couple of years down in London, where the big flame motor in the back goes just by Darryl Quinn. A couple of years ago now with Scotty Gladys. Correct, that's exactly right. Nick Jumbo's now driving it, but like I said, Big Daddy is in the pit, and he'll come out with the flame boats as well. So there we go. That's your first taste of a bit of 6 litre action on the water here for the 2019 USA versus Australia Flow Boat Challenge. So that looks like the new boat of Nuno's by the look of it, I'm pretty sure. Got the twin turbo sitting in the back. We did this at the Roman Tourist Trophy Day in October from memory. Certainly quick in a straight line, but there are a few hammering issues. Hopefully the engineer have got those rectified.
Yeah, that's right. It's a brand new deal. I think it's only been on the water a handful of times, Craig. So, look, I think the future looks promising, but yeah, like a couple of straight down there, you will see these things come on the boots, and they're really trying to get a handle on it. He's actually out of through the wicket. So remember the light blue boat of Alan Newton. This is actually his son. While we can see it, the oldest. That's the name of the hull, and it's running a 406 cubic inch small block Chev with like Jamie did say, with a couple of hair dryers off the side of it. So the old crew wicket engine. It actually doesn't have timber there. It's actually got an alley shad, so to speak, like a rail. So
on open for a while, and yeah, but is that correct? Yeah, on the water now with the Newton clan and the Price engine. So I tell you what, the future looks promising. Yeah, it does, and like you did say before, they're no strangers when it comes to these sort of things, so I'm pretty sure they'll sort it out in a hurry, and we'll see some pretty quick lap times out of this beautiful craft. It is a beautiful boat. So, one of our, what's seven? Well, I was going to say blown alcohol displacement, but it's technically not blown alcohol, it's forced induction. That's better. That's better. So good looking machine. So yeah, if you get a chance, go have a look at it. It's and that's probably an example of why he is back. So the boat's sounding very, very strong there, and it comes back down. Two down, eyes on the track. Come in there, sprint car style, Jamie Butler. All the way from Glenmore Park, coming down for the practice, and of course he won this series in 2016, ladies and gentlemen, the first of our Americans on the water, Duff Daly. Waiting for the time to come through now. That does look very slick on the water, and of course that's 19'6" Duffy running a 570.
And if you wanted to get out there and just walk and talk, We need to have more conversations around suicide prevention. We need to change government policy. We need to aim for zero suicide, and we need blokes looking after blokes. So I just thank you for the opportunity to be able to share that message with you today. If anyone wants to come and talk to me afterwards, I'd love to have a chat. And I think this is an amazing event, and I hope all the drivers, you have a very safe and a wonderful time over this weekend. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much, Peter. Beautiful words. Another famous face. I'd like to introduce you to the V8 Supercar chaplain, Gary Coleman.
Thank you, sir, very much. Nice to be here for the weekend and to enjoy a very exciting international rivalry event. I'd like to talk to God about that, so if you'll bear with me, I'll talk to him right now. Our gracious God and Father, we tune into your wavelength at the moment, and thankful that we can enjoy our sport together. Thankful that you made us with the ability to create engineering wonders and to have great passion and excitement for speed, and to do that here today. And also, Father, be thankful for a change in the cycle of climate for our weekend. We appreciate that very much. Lord, I want to ask for safety all along the shores of the event today and in the pit area and on the water, and also for getting to and from the event for both days. Father, be pleased in your grace and mercy to grant us safety from anything serious with that, and we thank you for
It is good to be back. We've got we've got the A grade team. I don't know where they are. Then they got us to come and say a few words. You're going to have to put up with us over the weekend. And of course,
Turn it up on the Windsor River here for the 2019 Australian Blown Alcohol Displacement Championship versus the Americans.
We've got the
Bring
yellow
it.
boat. Turn it up.
I hope the Aussies can show these Americans what they're made of.
And they'll
We're
be
going to see
doing
some fantastic
practice runs.
racing here on the banks
And
of the Windsor
setting their
River.
boats up for the weekend,
In
so we
Bowen
can
Hill,
see some
in video
really hard
photography,
races.
got
Just
your
remember
coverage
these
for this week. Weekend.
few races, or they're not races,
Have you got turned up going down
and official racing
to the bottom of the
starts
turn?
around midday, somewhere around there. So hopefully,
And we've got Tough Enough.
and we'll be missing our C-grade commentator
Tough
to
out on
C-grade
the floor.
He's got to go and see if he can get a demonstration or something along those lines. I tell you what, Mum, a couple of weeks ago I jumped down to Adelaide racing the regional couple of evenings. Yeah, and saw young James Clark, beautiful blue, up and up, whatever trouble, but mine's big block in it. So, bit of father and son rivalry there. There will be there's always father and son rivalry. Absolutely wonderful. So there we go, the new turn it up machine, the 6 litre.
It's your late comers, mate. You got to put up with it.
Coming up, just a couple of quick shakedown laps, straight in. get them all ready. I'll tell you what, these 6-litres are going to be young. Yeah, they'll put on a show for sure, Jamie. The young Connor Patterson, I should say, in the Turn It Up machine. We call it the Bumblebee, remember? We used to call that the Bumblebee. And it's got a big daddy, the Scott driving. So,
Of course, we've been used to seeing this Turn It Up machine in the last couple of years. Mick Lupton with the big flame motor in the back, goes with by Darryl Quinn. Played a couple of years ago now, the Scotty Patterson.
Correct, that's exactly right. He's just like now driving it, but like I said, Big Daddy is in the pit, and he'll come out with the blown boats as well. So there we go. That's your first taste of a bit of 6-litre action on the water here for the 2019. I was too busy trying to get out of the sun to tell you the truth. So that looks like the new boat of Nudo's by the looks of it, I'm pretty sure.
I do believe, Jamie, got the twin turbo sitting in the back. We did see this at the Raymond Church Trophy Day in October from memory. But it was certainly quick in a straight line, but there were a few handling issues. Hopefully the Intermanly have got those rectified.
Yeah, that's right. It's a brand new deal. I think it's only been on the water a handful of times, Craig. So, look, I think the future looks promising, but yeah, like a couple of shakedown laps, you will see this thing come on the boost, and they're really trying to get a handle on it. He's actually out of two wickets, so remember the light blue boat of Alan Hughes, well, this is actually his son, Michael Hughes, so yeah, the oldest. That's the name of the hull, and it's running a 406 cubic inch small block Chev with, like Jamie did say, with a couple of hair dryers off the side of it, so the old truly wicked engine. And it actually doesn't have timber bear in it, it's actually got an alley chassis, so to speak, like a rail, like a top steel rail. So yeah, get time, it's actually got a chassis inside of it, not like the rail, but you'll see trying to get a bit of a feel. Like I said, this boat is recently new to hitting the water. The boat is actually a couple of years old, been through development stages and had capsules put in it. I think actually Alfie Airborne owned it for a while, and yeah, but it's actually on the water now with the Newton clan and the Price engine. So I'd say the future looks promising. So,
Yeah, it does, and like you did say before, they're no strangers when it comes to these sort of things, so I'm pretty sure they'll sort it out in a hurry, and we'll see some pretty quick lap times out of this beautiful craft. It is a beautiful boat. So, one of our, well, I was going to say blown alcohol displacement, but it's technically not blown alcohol, it's forced induction. That's better. That's better. So, good looking machine. A lot of people are this stage think like this too. What are the answers? Probably an example of why he is back. So the boat's sounding very, very strong there, and he comes back down. There's something on there actually. Oh, there's nothing wrong with it.
about 220 kilometres an hour. The boy from Brisbane, Marge Watson, winner for the last 2 years in Adelaide, Brett Lewis, driver of the season. Whether it may have had some sort of leaky issue or whether it's a fuel issue, but it was cracking a little bit, but it sounds like they've actually got stopped now, so fantastic effort for the boys there. And
140 miles an hour, 100 mile an hour, 160.
Dean Barry on the water here at Windsor, just up the top end of the course, getting ready for qualifying lap. Dean Barry is Chiefs Culprit 2, very well known to the Windsor Upper Hawkesbury Powerboat Club,
we have a set of keys.
and knows this river off the back of his head. So stand by, ladies and gentlemen, and we'll see Dean Barry come out of the top end of the course down to the bottom of turn 1 and 2 at the probably 100 mile an hour speed, flying down the main straight as Dean comes down.
Okay, we've got a green flag, horse is over,
Green flag.
Dean Barry, the first shootout. Eyes on the track. Come around there, sprint car style, Jamie Butler. Coming down for the like it's gone off just a little bit, so don't rule him out early. Coming down to take the check-in. Flag, we'll have a time up there. Alright, just wait for the time to come through. Wait for a little text message, stay tuned. There's the wife, Rochelle Becker. Between us, have 5 children together. Favourite event, Marge Watson and the Bad Boat Challenge. Great to see Johnny back out on the water in the rival machine. He was up here for a club day a couple of weeks ago, Jamie. Showed really good speed. Yeah, I did see on their Facebook too lately, been doing some testing last week, but I tell you what, Holly Whiteman didn't that thing take off like a shot duck. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen, coming down to start his time, eyes on the river, Johnny Backer and rival. Right up there. Very neat craze. That boat seemed to hook up very nice. Oh, he's nosed it in a little bit. Might have pushed around a bit too much time, but oh, that's a little moment. Coming down now, holding the bin. All right, ladies and gentlemen, coming down running a 5.65 cubic inch Merlin. Actually, he loves, he's a local Windsor boy. He lives on the river, not far down towards the boat. The boat. Favourite drinks 4X Gold, the occasional bourbon and coke. Favourite food is steak, and he is a
fiberglass and boat builder. So he's a local guy, ladies and gentlemen. Looking very, very nice. Coming down the steps. We'll just wait for his time to come through. It's a big purple machine. This is actually a twin turbo big block Lumpy. He's another man been around Rocky Show. John Blue, very, very close to his heart. And his favourite drink is Jack Daniels. Favourite food is bacon and eggs. So favourite event is Melton Gold Cup. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Eyes on the track. Coming down to face the Snowboys. Look at that holding him up. Eyes on the road to the top boy.
Of course, he's the Commodore of the Melbourne Speedway Club.
A 21-foot Evercraft, or racecraft I think they're called. He's coming a bit slow, trying to get it out of the corner, but here he's holding the nose very, very nicely. Robert Sala in a double. Get backside, trackside, ladies and gentlemen. This will be a little favourite. Big racing along the line. Holding the nose, head off the line. West Train turn, boys. Nice. Straight away, coming onto the Cowport straight. Oh, ladies and gentlemen, get this stop watching down. This is probably the best lap so far. It's amazing when they butt off at the ground. It's deadly silent. Yeah. Brand new Charles play, ladies and gentlemen. What's his nickname? Would it be Backer or Jimmy? What is it? Jimmy. Well, mate, this love is like the wild still working on that one. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Bulldog coming down the stage. That sounds. Charles Way absolutely ringing the hell out of that engine. It's a little 372 small box temper coming down.
What is that there? Comes on the screen.
He's got shirts for sale too, ladies and gentlemen. Get down to the Bulldog.
Comes on the screen riding in it.
They do.
Yeah, saying it's going too quick. Yeah, right.
Oh, I can hear the turn it up machine.
Got recording now.
Warming up, but
Oh, no, he's not.
Nicknamed Pato, Scott Patterson.
Is that recording?
Machine.
Stop it.
And how do you get into powerboat racing?
Welcome to the banks of the Manning River for the full video of day 1 and day 2 of the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic, videoed by Andy's Powerboat Videos, curated and edited by Andy's Video Photography. Thanks for watching. Enjoy 2 cracker days of powerboat racing on the mighty Manning River, located in Taree, held on the New South Wales mid-north coast. Heat 1 of the Unlimiteds here for 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. As they come out of Blackford's Bay, the white flag is up. Dean Barry, and she's the culprit too in this race, followed by Scotty Patterson. As they come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. Stand by for a raw thunder of the and the one back down, they are racing. As it looks like Dean Barry is in first place, and she's the culprit too, goes up the back straight. Followed by Mal McCall in second place, followed by Scotty Patterson in third place. As Dean Barry, and she's the culprit too, goes up the back straight for the final lap. As we got Wayne Smith in GP60 just fired up. White flags up as we've got GP60 Wayne Smith and GP55 James Tate. Heat 1 of the GP Hydros on the banks of the Manning River as they come out of Blackford's Bay. as the 6 litres come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. as the Hyper 5s come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. Paul Vella in this race. The red boat, he's going to go on the outside of the course and put on a show for the spectators down the main straight of here at the banks of the Manning River. Yep, he's on the outside of the main straight as they come out of Blackford's Bay. Paul is going right wide out onto the course so the spectators can see that he can put on a brilliant show. And the white flag's down and they are racing. As they all go down to the bottom turn, turn 1 and 2, bridge end of the course. Onto the back straight they come, up the back straight. Looks like Paul's having a bit of trouble with his boat, so not good. as we've got Grant Harrison on GP1 on the Manning River. As GP1 crew are in the water having fun by the look of them. Looks like this is heat. I think this is the Eastway Shield, I think. As they come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. As Reese, the Powerboat driver, comes onto the course. White flags down, they are racing. As they go down to the bottom turn, bridge end of the course, turn 1 and 2 on the main straight, down into turn 1 and 2, onto the back straight. Side by side, a few of them is, but the first one out in front. As they go into turn 3 and 4 onto the main straight, Marine Line. Down to turn 1 and 2, bridge end of the course. Round they go, round turn 1 and 2. Onto the back straight. As they go up the back straight, Marine Line is in first place. Onto the back straight, he's going very, very well. Up towards turn 3 and 4. Onto the main straight. Down the bottom turn, bridge end of the course.
Can't see. You want to do it on camera? Sorry? Yeah, no, I won't bring you on, mate. There's any room. Mate? Oh, I'm not sure. Possible it is.
As the Powerboat brings them out of Blackford's Bay, Grant Harrison on the outside of the Manning River in GP1. This is going to be an absolute cracker of a race to see 110 tonne of water get thrown out the back of GP1. Grant Harrison is 3-time EC Griffith Cup winner and currently won the 2019 as they come out of the Blackford Bay onto the course, and the white flags down and they are racing. Harrow goes down into the bottom turn, bridge end of the course, down into turn 1 and 2, round the top bottom turn he goes, onto the back straight. Man, he can drive that boat, Grant Harrison can. As Bugsley just took over him. Oh, what a beautiful run that was. As Harrow goes into turn 3 and 4. As Harrow goes down to the bottom turn of the bridge end of the course. Bugsley is in second place in Shenanigans. Oh, really pushing Grant Harrison like you would not believe up into turn 3 and 4. And Grant Harrison in GP1 takes first place. at race control. As the Powerboat brings him out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. White flags down, they are racing. As Neil goes down to the bridge end of the course, down the bottom turn into turn 1. Phoenix in second place, down to the bridge end of the course. Phoenix goes around the bottom turn of the course, down onto the back straight, with Neil very not far behind, actually. Giving him a good go, actually, to be honest. As they come up the back straight. Into turn 3 and 4. As Phoenix goes up the back straight for the final lap, and Neil's in second place. Comes into turn 3 and 4 onto the main straight here on the banks of the Manning River. Down towards the main straight, down to take the checker flag. So as they come out of the Blackford's Bay, the Powerboat brings them out with the white flag up, as we've got Wayne Smith on the outside of the Manning River, Ian Bryant in Mathemagic, as they come down onto the course, set for a start. White flag down, they are as they go down to the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2. No, it's actually HBR Racing, sorry. as they come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. Reese, who's got the pole flag in his hand, is coming onto the main straight here out on the banks of the Manning River. Set for a start. White flag down, they are racing. Down to the bottom turn of the bridge end of the course, up to the back straight they go. So as we got the GPs on the Menning River heading up into Blackford's Bay to warm their engines up and get them ready to come down onto the main straight. Just gonna do the starters for you. GP1, Grant Harrison, Desperado, HBR Racing, Liam Holland. Then so we got the white flag up as they come down out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for a roar of thunder of these Grand Prix hydroplanes as they come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. White flag down and they're racing. Down the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2, onto the back straight. Grant Harrison on the back straight, thundering up the back straight. Bottom turn of the bridge end of the course. As Grant just said, nuts. Sorry, you're not passing me. Not letting you. Wayne Smith is not far behind. As Grant goes into turn 3 and 4. Wayne Smith is right behind. Up the back straight, thundering up the back straight. Wayne Smith in second place. Well, that concludes day one of racing for Saturday for the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. Stand by for day two racing on the banks of the Manning River. Racing starts around about 9:30, 10 o'clock on Sunday morning. Stay tuned and thanks for watching Andy's video photography on day one. Day 2, 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. Andy Bowen here with Andy's video photography, virtual coverage for day 2 as the 6 litres go down the bridge end of the course. Right, they're testing actually. we've got Dean Barry and She's the Culprit 2 out on the course, just doing a bit of a test because of yesterday. They had water inside the boat from that rain we had, and I was talking to Dean this morning, and apparently they had to get all the water out of it. So, and they also changed the engine too. So, yeah, as Dean's just on the water, just giving it a good run and see how it goes today. So, yeah. Welcome to day 2 of the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic on the banks of the Manning River. This is the 6-litre race, as we've got the boats going up into Blackford's Bay, as we've got Ryan McIntosh, lock and load, Chris Bugsley in Shenanigans, and Hostage. So they're just going up into Blackford's Bay as the pole boat driver takes them up, and then they'll come down set for a start here on the banks of the Manning River for day 2. Andy Bowen from Andy's Video Photography has got your coverage for day 2 and the final day of the weekend. So as they go up into Blackford's Bay, as they warming their engines up, who's going to win this race? Is it going to be Chris Bugsley from Windsor on the Hawkesbury River, Ryan McIntosh from Taree, Wingham area, or Hostage? We'll soon find out. How many laps? And as they will do 4 laps of the course, they'll do 3 laps of the course. So as we've got them up in Blackford's Bay, the white flag's not up as yet, but soon will be. White flag's up, as the drivers are nearly ready to come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. Just waiting for another boat up in Blackford's Bay to come down to join the rest of the drivers. So as we're getting ready for it, the 6-litre race. So as they come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course, So they are racing. As they go down into turn 1 and 2, bridge end of the course, down the bottom turn, onto the back straight. End of the course onto the back straight. Followed by Chris Buckley in second place and Hostage is in third place. Second race of the 6 litre class for day 2. As we've got Connor Patterson in the Turn It Up yellow Bumblebee boat. White flags up, they're coming out of Blackford Bay onto the course. As they come out of Blackford Bay onto the course. Set for a start. White flag down, they are racing down turn 1 and 2. As they go down to the bottom turn, bridge into the course, down to turn 1 and 2. Hard into the turn, onto the back straight. Explicit looks like it's in first place and it is absolutely on the gas up the back straight. Followed by Connor in second place. Oh, he's just taken over him. Oh, what a move that was. As Connor goes into turn 3 and 4 with a massive spray of water. Turn it up onto the back straight for the second lap of the second race of the 6 litres as he goes up the back straight. Followed by Impulse in second place into the turn 3 and as Connor is still in first place and Impulse is in second place, but Connor is in a commencing lead, not far behind, but yeah, he's still leading the race. Into turns 3 and 4. So it looks like we've got the Hyper 5s on the course heading up into Blackman's Bay. So these are the Hyper 5s, hydroplanes, 4 villas in this race, and yeah, so it should be a good race this one. Hyper 5s in action, shooting out rooster tails. So if anyone doesn't know what a rooster tail is, it's just a ton of water out the back of the coming out of the back of the boat into the turns, either turn 1 or turn 2 and turn 3 and 4. So yeah, so as the Powerboat's got the white flag up,
When you please send the board out to your racers and make sure that you are ready. Send the whiteboard out to your racers so you can be ready for a cruise. And if you form the racers,
no, I'm doing that tonight. So as the Hyper 5s come out of Blackford Bay onto the course, race 3 for day 2 on Sunday, Easter Sunday. Happy Easter, everyone. As these Hyper 5s come out of the Blackford Bay onto the course. White flag down, they are racing. As they go down to the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2, Paul Vella with the rooster tail out the back of his boat, onto the back straight, with Phoenix in second place. Cookie Monster, oh, side by side by Cookie Monster and Phoenix. And as Paul go into turn 3 and 4.
Jane Milligan, number 1, 143,
day 2 of the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. Followed by Phoenix in 2nd place, and then Cookie Monster in 3rd, and then Neil in the Wicked boat. We've got Ian Bryant in Mathemagic, GP45, going up into Blackford Bay.
Unlimited outboard, unlimited outboard. Can you be ready, please? Folks, to get ready, Bulldog. Finish the culprit, and then we'll get back to you. Unlimited outboard, 117, Blue Water Sailors, DVR, off-sailors. 117, hole 4, Skipper, 3, DVR, 2, off-train, inside.
As they come out of Blackford Bay onto the course, Ian Bryant on the outside of the Benning River. What's like down there racing? As they go down to the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2. Ian Bryant on the outside of the course, down into bridge end of the course. As Chevy Chase is in 1st place, Chris Buckley in 2nd place, and now McCall in 3rd place. As they go up into turn 3 and 4, onto the main straight. And Ian Bryant is outside. Go down into turn 1 and 2, bridge end of the course for the 2nd lap. Jimmy Chase is still in 1st place, followed by Chris Buckley in 2nd, and Scotty Patterson. Oh, the Chase just took over Scotty Patterson. He is now up to 3rd place, into turn 3 and 4. Just stopped on the top end of the turn 3 and 4 as they go down to the bottom turn onto the back straight. Chevy Chase is on the back straight. Buckley in 2nd place, and Malmacall in 3rd place, and Scotty Patterson in 4th place. On to turn 3 and 4 for the final lap, and Jimmy Chase and great lap was Bay onto the main straight. One back down, they're racing. As they go down into turn 1 and 2, bridge end of the course. Geez, that's an awesome shot of the Martin Bridge in the background on the bottom bridge end of the course as they go onto the back straight. So as we've just got the F2 outboards going up into Blackford's Bay, Kayak Canal in this race is here from Taree, Cundletown, so he knows this river really well. He's in the 117 boat, which is brand spanking new. And Greg Banks is in boat number 14.
All crews to stay with their trailers, please.
White flags up.
So as the powerboat brings them out of Blackford's Bay,
the F2 outboards on the Manning River. As they come down onto the course. Set for a start. Let's go boat racing! F2's away on down to the main straight towards turn 1 and 2, bridge end of the course. And it looks like Greg Banks is in first place in boat number 14. They go up into turn 3 and 4. Turn very, very quickly, these F2 boats. They go down to the bridge end of the course for the second lap onto the back straight. Greg Banks in first place. Up the back straight he's going. So as we've got the blown alcohol displacement boats going up into Blackford Bay, we've got Scotty Patterson in Turn It Up. Bulldog, Jimmy is the driver of Bulldog. Then we've got Dean Barry, and she's the culprit too. And Chibi Chase in this race. As Reese puts the Powerboat flag up the top of Blackford's Bay, as the Unlimited's about to come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. They come down. And the white flags down. They are racing. As they all go down to the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2. And it looks like Dean Barry was out of the chute very... or Bulldog has taken over. And Dean's not very far behind him. Oh, Dean's just taken over, giving in Bulldog. As they go down to the bridge end of the course for the second lap. Jimmy in Bulldog in first place, and Dean Barry in She's the Culprit 2 is in second place.
Ladies and gentlemen, stand by for Paul Bennett in Paul Bennett's airshow, hovering and doing stunts over the water of the Manning River. That was Paul Bennett's air show that just done the lunchtime display over the water of the Manning River in Taree for day 2 of the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. Now let's get back into racing for the second half of race day.
So as we had James Tate coming out of Blackford Bay just to do a test run onto the main straight. As James Tate in GP55 goes down to the bottom turn, bridge end of the course. Oh, what a rooster tail and a water show that is. Onto the back straight. As he's thundering up the back straight, James Tate is in GP55. He hasn't got his full license yet, so he'd like to, but this weekend he's just testing and just giving the boat a run. So hopefully we'll see him some other time when he's got his full license. So as James is on the back straight, in GP 55. As we got Grant Harrison just being lifted off the crane onto the Manning River, he goes up into Blackford's Bay. As the white flag's up in Blackford's Bay on the Powerboat, as these GPs come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. Here we go. Andy's video photography got your coverage on day 2 of the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic on the beautiful banks of the Manning River. Stand by as the GP hydros come out of the Blackford's Bay. This is going to be an absolute water show for the spectators down along the main straight. As Grant Harrison's in the middle of and the white flags down, they are racing! As they go down to the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2. As Grant Harrison's the one out of the chute, onto the back straight. Thundering up the back straight, Grant Harrison is. Followed by Desperado, HBR Racing. As Grant goes into turn 3 and 4. Beautiful water show. Desperado, second place. Grant Harrison, and Magic Myth in third place. As I shoot back down to turn 1 and 2. As the best rooster tail show on water. Desperado and Grant Harrison absolutely fighting it hard. Oh, Grant Harrison just said shut the door and said see you later mate, catch me if you can, as they go into turn 3 and 4. Looks like Grant just did something. Oh no. Desperado is now in first place. Desperado's in turn 3 and 4. Liam Holland onto turn 3 and 4. Poor old Grant Harrison, I don't know what happened, but sounded like she popped and something. It sounded like a blower belt popped off. I don't know what happened, but didn't sound too good. So unfortunate for Grant Harrison, GP1. So as the boats come out of Blackford's Bay, I think we've got the 6 litres by the look, or the, actually no it's not. Oh, it's a mixture of boats. So we got Chris Bugsley, Scotty Patterson, Kai Cannell, Greg Banks, and a heap of other boats. As the Powerboat brings them out of Blackford's Bay, onto the course, and the white flag's down and they are racing. As they all go down to the bridge end of the course, down into turn 1 and 2. And it looks like Greg Banks is in first place. He is absolutely flying, Greg is. Followed by As Greg Banks comes up the back straight. Impulse is in second place, followed by Chris Buckley in third. As the Hyper 5s are up in Blackford's Bay, just warming their engines up and waiting for the Reese to put the white flag up, which he has, as they come down out of Blackford's Bay. Paul Vella out on the outside of the Manning River. So as the Powerboat brings them out, Hyper 5s on the banks of the Manning River for day 2, the final day of the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. As they come down, white flags down, they are racing. As they go down to the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2. Paul Vella with the biggest rooster tail on the outside of turn 1 and 2. Followed by Phoenix in second place. And Cookie Monsters in second place.
That was the boat.
...2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic Victor Curry Cup. As the boats go up into Blackford's Bay, Dean Barry, and she's the culprit too, is in this race. Jimmy and Bulldog, Mount McCall in the chase, Chris Bugsley in Shenanigans, and a heap of other boats. This is the 2019 Victor Curry Cup trophy on the banks of the Manning River. It's a very, very choppy conditions at the moment. There's a bit of a wind, bit of breeze, so hopefully there won't be anything happen. Andy's Video Photography got your coverage for the Victor Curry Cup. On Sunday the 21st of April 2019, as they come out of Blackford's Bay, Reese has the flag up on the pole boat. As they come out of Blackford's Bay onto the course. Very choppy, very breezy here on the banks of the Manning River for day 2 of the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. As they come down onto the main straight, set for a start. Let's go boat racing! And Victor Curry was up underway. On the course, down into turn 1. Who's going to be out in the chute first? It looks like it's Impulse that's in first place out of the chute. Second place is Bulldog. And it's side by side by Chris Bugsley and Dean Barry, and she's the culprit too. As they go up into turn 3 and 4. End of the course, as they go down to turn 1 and 2 onto the back straight. Turn for the 3rd lap of the Victor Curry Cup for 2019. Impulse in first place. Jimmy, the driver of Bulldog, in second place. Chris Bugsley in 3rd. And Dean Barry in 4th place. as Impulse takes the checker flag and the winner of the Victor Curry Cup for 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic for day 2. And Jimmy, the driver of Bulldog, is got second place. And third went to Chris Bugsley in Shenanigans. That was a brilliant race. As we got Wayne Smith in GP60, goes off the bank and onto the Manning River to go up into Blackford's Bay. Welcome to the main event, the King of the River for the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. Andy's video photography got your coverage for this race. It's going to be interesting to see who wins this race. As they go up into, as they're in Blackford's Bay, just warming their engines up. So as Reese, who's got the flag in the pole boat, has it risen up as the boats are starting to come out of Blackford's Bay for the King of the River for 2019. As they come out of Blackford's Bay, Wayne Smith on the outside of the course is going very, very wide. White flag's up. And the white flag's down. They're racing. King of the River's underway. As they all go down to the bridge end of the course, down to turn 1 and 2. And Wayne Smith in GP60 is not far behind, giving Banksy a good run. As they go on into turn 3 and 4, onto the back, going straight. They go down to the bottom turn, up bridge end of the course. Wayne Smith in GP60 is absolutely thundering up the back straight. Side, Greg Banks. Oh, what a race in the King of the River from 2019. Round they come. Takes the checker flag. What a beautiful race driving by Greg Banks and Wayne Smith in GP60 in second place. Ladies and gentlemen, that was was the end of the King of the River, and Greg Banks is the winner for 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic. Filmed by Andy's Video Photography. What a cracker of a race that was. I bet he's happy. Well done, Greg. Brilliant driver, mate. And Wayne Smith, brilliant driver, buddy.
So that concludes the 2019 Taree Easter Powerboat Classic, done and dusted for another year on the weekend of Saturday and Sunday, Easter Saturday and Easter Sunday. 2 big days of racing on the banks of the Manning River. I'm Andy Bowen from Andy's Video Photography. Until the next powerboat race, we'll see you then.
Welcome to Andy's Powerboat Videos by Andy's Video Photography. To the shores of Lake Maquarie, round 3 of the Australian Superboat Championship, videoed by Andy's Powerboat Videos, edited and curated by Andy's Video Photography.
Car racing sort of thing. This is sort of the kart sport equivalent of getting into boats at an entry level, catering for all ages. So the kids doing a fantastic job out there on this little course right here in front of us. As Team 3 heads out onto the lake. So 1 race today for the 3rd round of the championship, and 2 races here tomorrow morning and afternoon. So today we are scheduled for a 1:20 p.m. race start for race 1. Race 2 tomorrow here on the lake at 11 a.m. and race number 3 for 1 p.m. here tomorrow afternoon. An absolute stunner of a day. If you're down here on the waterfront, I apologise for the accent. Yes, I am a Kiwi. Born in Melbourne, lived in New Zealand, moved from New Zealand, now live in Brisbane. So try and work that out between us. We will live stream the races over the weekend. I'm going to do race 1 this afternoon on our offshore superboat Facebook page. If anyone's out of town, can't be here with us overseas, I know a few of our Kiwi friends will be watching the action here over the weekend. Of course, a lot of the Kiwis have come in and out of the championship, and the Australians have gone over to New Zealand to race as well over the last few years or so. So lots of interest from around the world as part of this championship. We will have 9 boats out on the race course for race number 1. 3 of our super categories capable, in ideal conditions, probably on 140 mile an hour. Slightly shorter course here, the front straight would probably be the quickest part of the course right here in front of us, where these boats will be right up against the shore as they come past off the start and over the laps during the race, which is half an hour race distance.
They will be. They will be absolutely flat out.
They will be spectacular right here in front of us. And if you hear a racing control, just off the back of the marina, you can see the 2 checker flag
by Andy's Video Photography on the beautiful
shores
of Lake Maquarie. So as we have the boats going out onto Lake Maquarie, just to warm their engines up.
Some of the boats are already out onto the race course, as I said. So in about 15 minutes time, they will do a sighting lap, just to have a look at the race course for the first time as it is laid out. Slightly different to last year if you were here. The B&C boys down to our right here from race control. They're probably a couple of 100 metres further down the course, which also extends the longer lap boys, B1 and C1 down here, which is just out of sight of us here at race control. So from here, they will run in an anti-clockwise direction.
So they're gonna do a financial lap down around the course just to see how the course looks here on Lake Maquarie on this beautiful Saturday, the 19th of October 2019.
So again, with our support of
cloud in the sky here on the shores of Lake Maquarie.
And getting into the water
this is my first offshore powerboat race.
There's so much going on around the lake.
It should be absolutely fantastic. For race one of the 2019
where I stayed last night, we've had
Australian Offshore
we've had the boat run out on the race course earlier
on the shores of Lake Maquarie.
So there's all sorts going on. We've got the markets over there at Warner's as well. I think I went past this morning. So SUV Simrad just going onto the race course. Now from memory, I wasn't in Bowen, but I believe that boat actually got upside down in an incident at the previous round of Bowen. So Con and his team have done a huge amount of work to get that boat turned around. A little bit of structural damage, but the biggest issue is getting the water and everything out of the engines when they do get upside down. So good to see that boat back on course, spectacular in the black and gold livery of SUV Simrad. And Con is certainly one of the more passionate people in the sport of offshore powerboat racing in Australasia. He's just about to walk up to the truck now. I have to say thanks for Con for inviting me in, because I'm playing super sub for Dave Bishop this weekend, which I've done a few times in New Zealand and here in Australia, but this time it's for real because he injured himself in a water ski boat accident. Was it in Europe, Con?
Yeah, it was.
It was in Europe. What was Bishop doing skiing?
Yeah, he was.
He wasn't skiing.
He was driving the boat.
He was driving the boat, and it didn't, and it went wrong.
I think it went over, mate. So he broke his femur in 3 places.
How does that stop you from commentating, or is he still in Europe?
No, they flew him home on a jet and all that sort of stuff, but he wasn't allowed to fly.
Oh, thanks, Bishop.
Yeah.
Hey,
mate, how you going, all right?
Talking about it, mate.
Yeah, good,
what
buddy.
an absolutely amazing venue. I know you've been doing a lot of press over the last couple of days and getting some news and that. It's a beautiful spot
This
down
is
here in
Con,
this part of the world.
the
But
president
what a
of the
venue
Australian
for an
Offshore
powerboat
Superboat
race.
Championship.
Mate, it's the best place in the world to race powerboats. I mean, look at the people around, the number of people on the shore, the support that we get from Lake Maquarie is just unbelievable. All the boats in the middle of the course. Well, what do you want, man? Look at Warner's Bay over there. We can just see all the tents and everything else set up over there. Yeah, just stunning, mate. Look at the waterway. I mean, man.
Yeah, look, for me, trying to compare it, like I've done a few of the rounds here in Australia, but I haven't been to anywhere that compares with here. This, for me, is almost a Mount Maunganui round down on the east coast of New Zealand, about 2 hours south of Auckland, which is an inner harbour. But this is a little bit different again, but it offers it's different challenges from the likes of Bowen and some of the blue water races that we've got. Got a little bit of a breeze up there to maybe get a little bit of lift going, but what sort of speed do you think you're going to see out of there today with some of these big boys?
Oh, with these big boys, it's going to be flat knacker, mate, with this sort of conditions. And I know that Andy Smith in Dynamics got a new set of engines in, and he's going to be pushing Roscoe in Team 3, Roscoe in Maritima and Team 3, because he's really keen to do really well this weekend. So you're probably going to be talking 200 k's an hour down the straights.
200 kilometres an hour, folks, and these are big boats. These boats are, I think your boat SUV, Simrad is in around that sort of 2.2 tonne range. What are the big boys at? They'd be 3.5, maybe up close to 4 tonne.
4.4, mate. 4.5 they've got to weigh. So and some of the others, you know, they weigh up from there up. So, and they're 40, between sort of 36, I think Team 3 is 36, up to 41 foot. So, yeah, it's going to be very exciting, mate.
And we know what they weigh because they get weighed, the world's biggest scales, with the Wilson crane going in the boat into the water this morning.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. Wilson Cranes do all this for free for the community of Lake Maquarie, which is just absolutely unbelievable. I mean, without that sort of support from the community, we wouldn't be able to do it. But the crane scales are just unbelievable. I might have been able to go on them one day. You know, maybe the both of us.
Yeah, mate, you're looking quite svelte there, buddy. No, hey, fantastic venue, and thanks for having us here. There are a couple of the Kiwi boys that come across, and I know there's going to be a few watching from the other side of the ditch on the live stream, which we will do for race 1
here this afternoon if I can get my phone going. Your team, SUV Simrad, you've had a lot of work to do since Bowen because it didn't quite go to plan up there for you guys.
No, it didn't, mate. We, the boys, Les Benkin, who owns Mum on Point Marina, it was his first time in the boat, and Kenny Taree and I had actually done the Melbourne round, but we didn't get very far because we blew something up. But yeah, they put her on its lid in the last race in Bowen, so yeah, just a full rebuild of everything, and so she might be a bit off the pace today because this is going to be the first real shakedown of her since the rollover.
Since 2010.
So we'll just keep our fingers crossed that everything
powerboat
stays
racing
together,
since
mate.
2010.
Away we
This
go.
is my
A
first
lot of work
offshore
goes on
powerboat
behind the
race.
scenes, but not much structural damage. It was more having to strip the engines completely down because once you get salt water in them, it's not good for lubrication and moving parts.
No, they don't seem to like it. I don't understand. I don't know why they don't make it all stainless. Like if I was building an outboard, I'd make it stainless. But no, the full engines have been pulled down. These are actually different engines. So BRP, Evan Root have been absolutely fantastic in helping us get those ones up and running and ready for this race. Otherwise, we wouldn't have made it. But it's all rewiring. It's you know, new screens. We're lucky enough to be sponsored by Simrad. And they supplied everything that we could ask for. JL Audio, Simrad did all of that stuff for us. So yeah, no, just awesome, man. But 200 odd hours to pull everything out, put it all back together. So yeah, it's just how it is, mate.
And everyone's got to work for a living too.
Yeah, that's the hard part. It keeps getting in the way.
Alright, so that's some of the behind the scenes work that goes on. So I think we've pretty much got all
Keep it down so that they don't blow it over. 'Cause in these sorts of conditions, there's no waves, there's no nothing that they have to concentrate on. And they're going to be going as fast as they can, which means, you know, just even a little bit of wind under the tunnel in the wrong spot and backwards over they go. So we're not hoping for any of that, please. But it's good to see the little jet ski guys out there over there at Warners Bay. They're doing their series over there as well. Over there in Warners Bay, I was over there this morning. There's a car show, there's all sorts of stuff. Tomorrow, Spears Point, which is just behind us, they're actually going to have 300 to 400 classic and vintage cars there. So if anybody gets a chance, get over there and...
Yeah, we had the aerobatics over the lake this morning. There's markets over there. I drove past the markets this morning coming into the marina. So there's so much going on around this absolutely amazing venue. Now, the other thing that comes into it with the different types of boats and things, advantages, disadvantages, there's a couple of tighter corners around the race course. The Maritimo boat and Dynamic Racing both set up very, very differently with their drive system. So who potentially could that sort of be an advantage for here on this race course?
I guess this is a good race course for both boats because you've got your long straights, which would be great for Dynamic, and then you've got your really tight corners, which would be great for Maritimo because it's got outdrives on it. So yeah, it's going to be really interesting. I reckon in this sort of water and in this sort of course, T3 is going to be all over them, mate.
Yeah, and they're look, down on horsepower is unfair because they are running a different engine package. They're running a pair of 502 cubic inch Mercuries or big blocks. I'm used to seeing that combination in New Zealand with the class racing over there. Very, very reliable, not running a whole heap of RPM, very, you know, and you know, they, as you said, they could keep these big boys honest, and that'll be worth watching. Boat's probably a little bit smaller too, so like Dynamic, they've got the centre rudder, still running two props obviously, but the steering conditions between that and the two stern drives off the back of Maritimo certainly are a different equation.
Oh, absolutely, mate. And you're going to see that today in these little tight corners that we get, especially the little dog leg over to the right over there. That's going to be really interesting because the boys are going to be right up tight as they come out of Warners Bay. Yeah, it's going to be just so exciting. But of course, when you actually see the race today, you'll see the big boats, Dynamic and Maritimo. They've got 2 long laps to do. So they'll actually head off, and that's down the southern end of the course. They'll actually head off down and have to do 2 laps that are a little bit longer than Team 3. So
nearly, it's about 800 metres, so yeah. They have to throw those. It's almost like with the rallycross where you've got to do those extra extension laps as part of that sort of thing. So that's a new thing that's been brought in this year?
Yeah, look, we're trying to integrate parity into the sport so that anybody can come with, you know, certain spec boats. And the 525 boats, there's a lot of those around the world and in New Zealand with love them to come over and know that they can actually compete on a virtually level playing field with the guys in the extreme class. I mean, why not have 6 or 8 boats? It sounds like they're up, Jamie.
Yeah, I think we've got some action down there, so you'll see how long it does take to get these big boats up on the plane, because they're pushing a lot of weight. Prop-wise, they'll be set up look, probably mid-range acceleration and top end. If you go too much top end, you're going to struggle a little bit with the acceleration.
We have the offshore powerboats on the banks of the Lake Maquarie come out onto the course just to go out for a financial lap.
They're doing the
Look at these awesome machines.
So I don't remember what the question was. As soon as these boats come,
Absolute Team 3. Has a rooster tail out the back. Oh, this is absolutely fantastic. Team Maritimo, number 11.
Now, I know that boat because I commentated that boat back in New Zealand, as do Sam. Good mate of mine on the branch who actually used to work with ran that boat as well as in field doctor colours. So you want to see that boat over here?
yeah, absolutely, mate. And it's just another boat to come and race in the series. It's just absolutely fantastic.
Maritimo going through. That's Maritimo 11. The Willetton boys again. The iconic colours of Maritimo and offshore powerboat racing. This is the Hulk. Now, I'm pretty sure, and nothing against the SUV Sunray boat, it's a beautiful boat, but I just quietly think the kids quite like the Hulk.
Why wouldn't they, mate? That's the best comic book character you can find.
Speaking of comic book characters, Foldsy, who's in the boat, ironic that he's 4'7" and the boat's named the Hulk.
Well, have you seen Mick?
Mick's the other extreme of the scale. 88 Racing, that boat's been a giant killing boat in the sport over the last few seasons, and the FL's do an awesome job.
Oh, they do, mate, and they're such a good competitors. They're here all the time, they work hard, they do just a great job getting that boat up and aired, mate. It's just awesome.
Right, and they're just cruising around at the moment. They're certainly nowhere near full race pace, just getting their eye to see where the marker points in. Will they be identifying some spots maybe on the shore for a couple of the bigger turns, just to give them a reference point?
I'm certainly hoping what they're doing is making sure they're not going anywhere near any spectators or spectator boats. So that's the first thing I'd like. But yeah, they're just sort of feeling up the water, seeing what the conditions are like and all that sort of stuff. So yeah, and we've got, just as we look down there where the boats are going now, we see the Roads and Maritime Services guys. They put all their time in. The Roads and Maritime actually really support this event really well, and they put all their time in for free.
Now, Dynamic Racing's been a little bit late getting away here. I wonder if they've got an issue down here in front of us. It doesn't sound 100%. Whether it's just on one engine at the moment, but they're struggling to get that boat actually up on the plane, so hopefully that is not an issue for Dynamic Racing. Are they heading back to the marina? They've got a little bit of time before the race start. Could be something as simple as fouled plugs or things like that, but it looks like they may be heading back in.
Yeah, I'm hoping that they just maybe spilled their coffee and they just need a rag to clean it up with, mate.
Yeah, we'll go with that. So we'll keep an eye on that, but it looks like Dynamic. No, they're going to turn back out here in front of us. 12-metre long Maritimo with the pair of 750 horsepower, 510 cubic inch big blocks in it. I don't know about you, mate, but that just sounds like it's on. It's either it's on a miss or it's got one engine down. Sounds like one engine has a potential misfire.
That's not good for that boat.
You can see them.
That is not good at all for Hayden in Dynamic Racing.
Now, so
he would be absolutely furious. I hope he can get that boat going.
So that's
Come on, Hayden.
Combination where you've got that pretty sharp left and then into a sweeping right heading out towards.
It does not sound good at all.
So yeah, that's going to be an exciting one, I reckon.
Alright, so the Superback Cat outboard class is going to be spectacular. 6 very, very competitive boats in amongst those guys. Who's leading that championship at the moment? It's very close, I know, with the Extreme Boys. Who's leading Supercat?
The outboard. It's actually the Hulk at the moment. And I think Harrison's second.
It's all pretty close, I know that. So certainly across the 3 extreme boats, it is very, very close on the points. Yeah, no, the extreme boats is close as well. No, we were talking about outboard. Alright, so building up towards this race start, and we're just keeping an eye here on the big dynamic racing boat, number 128 right here in front of us. Now they may be going through some start-off sequences where they're actually turning engine off, resetting. Not as much data as they've had in the past with these going to a carburetor setup with the extreme class this year. They'll be on the radio and trying to get some advice to sort out what they may be doing if they're getting headed to the marina. They haven't got a lot of time. As the rest of our boats are in the milling area for the race start 120. You'll see them pick up the throttle. They'll be in 2 rows. The extreme boats across the bay times 3. And then a little bit further back off there will be our 6 Supercat outboard boats. Starting in that second wave, but it is still a great race spot, and people get to see it. You know, there's cars and people lining the shore all the way around, and that's what you need. And people want to see the boats as often as possible because that's a sexy part of the sport. And as a venue, there are access points right away around this race course, and even the end of if that's open, there's boats parked down there, so it is a fantastic viewing platform for powerboat racing. Oh, absolutely, and we look to the northern shore over there, and you see all the cars parked in the car parks, and there's actually a walkway. You can see the people lining the walkway all the way around that the Lake Maquarie City Council put in. You can walk all the way from Warners Bay all the way around to Spears Point Park, and that's just a fantastic thing. They've got seats and they've got parks and they've got everything. So, and Lake Maquarie Council, another huge supporter of this event. They put over $100,000 into ancillary things around the lake while we're here. I mean, the toilets are all supplied by them. All of this, we get all the park for free. Yeah, they just really look after us. And so, big shout out to Lake Maquarie City Council. Rebecca Prince, she just does an absolutely fantastic job. Alan Norris, great work. So, yeah, without them, we wouldn't be here, man. Yeah, no, it's fantastic to have the local support, and I hope the kids playing cricket and soccer on the sports grounds that I drove past this morning won't get too distracted by 1,500 horsepower superboats running past their sports grounds. I'm sure if they're playing cricket, they'll be running down to the water, mate. And just leaving the balls and the bats where they are. Yeah, how did you get out, son? Oh, I got hosed down by a 1,500 horsepower supercat. We talk about the race starts and things like that, and just making sure around the race course with the sighting lap that there's nothing out there that shouldn't be where it is. The most amazing thing I ever saw was on Lake Taupo, and you're right on the waterfront of Taupo again, a great venue. We had a swimmer swimming down the front straight of the race course not 10 minutes before the race start.
Really? That's unbelievable.
Deciding to do a long distance swim 100 metres off the foreshore on Lake Taupo.
That's unbelievable, Jamie.
Delayed start. Can someone go and retrieve that swimmer, please?
Mate, just up on the commentary.
Yeah, well, that's
so we should be about 5 minutes away from the race start. I heard Dynamic Racing fire back up in the pit area here at the Mumung Point Marina. They've shut it back down, so they'll be feverishly trying to get that sorted out. I know the Maritimo boys were running from here. That is one of their engine packages in the boat.
Yeah, so
they stop here right in the middle where they're checking.
Jamie, I can't believe how absolutely this water looks on the beautiful banks of the Lake Macquarie. As we say, thanks to Visit New South Wales.
Stunning day. I'm used to this coming from Brisbane, but I'm not even going to say about coming from New Zealand because it's raining again there today, apparently. In saying that, it is raining.
They could stay over there.
And we seriously, everyone needs a little bit of rain around the country.
Looks fantastic with all the boats in the centre course, mate.
Alright, so we've got spectator boats right around and in the inside.
Looks like the white flag's up.
We've got the start boat starting to make some activity down here to our left. And we shouldn't be too far away from a race start. Race 1, Lake Macquarie, offshore superboat, round number 3. I should get my phone up and running.
Well, that's what I was going to say. Do you want me to... Can you stream it? Yeah. I don't know how to do it, though.
Oh, do you want me to teach us?
Yeah.
Alright, hang on.
Closest to the shore, Maritimo 11 in the centre to the right of the start boat. Watch these rooster tails pick up.
As they come down.
Team 3 are going to get an absolute...
White flag's down there racing.
As they drag race down for the race start.
Maquarie.
Just trying to get that shut, so they've had a little issue off the start and they're just at the tail at the moment. Looks like they may have got it back down and secure.
They go down to turn 1 and 2.
Issue off the race start for SUV Simrad.
And who? It looks like Team Maritimo out of turn 1 and 2.
Maritimo got the advantage. Well, Team 3 got the advantage initially, but that horsepower
Team 3
on the
in second place
marks gave that initial advantage to Maritimo 11, being chased by Team 3, and I think just in behind them is 900 horsepower of Yamaha supercharged 450s with the Nisbro team, and the leading outboard boats are not too far off the back of the 2 leaders.
Team Hulk
as we await for
is
Dynamic
in
to come
4th
out
place.
the race course.
Looks like something's happened on this, bro.
But Nisbro slow, just as we've said that. So yeah, Con, you just spotted that. I'm going to get this live stream up and running. They may have got it back up and running, but no, they've definitely lost some straight line speed.
Yeah, mate, and that one's running twin 450 Yamaha supercharged, so they actually should be up beside Team 3 at the moment, so maybe they had a little overheat issue or something like that. It looks like, as you say, they're back up and running. I think that's we can hear Big Andy and Hayden coming back out in Team Dynamic. They're going to be a lap down by the time they actually get up and start. But,
as they came out of turn 3 and 4, down the back straight.
Coming up, I don't know what's going on.
Team Maritimo in 1st place and Team 3 in 2nd place. Race 1 of the 2019 Offshore Superbird Championship, round 3 on the beautiful banks of Lake Maquarie.
They missed the start, they had a misfire by the sounds of it, and they're going to come out
Team Hulk in 3rd place.
Maritimo Racing. Team Dynamic have got their issues sorted, but they will be a lap down for race number 1. Here is Maritimo on the fly to complete lap number 1 of this first race at Lake Maquarie. Team Dynamic is up on the plane waiting for Team 3. Look at the size of the roster tail from Team 3. It's about 25 minutes. Second place, Dynamic.
Team Hulk is in 3rd place.
Outboard leading boats, championship leader,
TCR Racing, 161, 5th place.
First boat race on the first
88 in 6th place.
And this boat ring now, they're back up and running. That looks like race place.
Team Maritimo in 1st place goes down to turn 3 and 4, down to towards the
sitting quite
turn
well.
3 and
Maybe
4.
It was Dynamic have stopped down here right in front of us. So Maritimo Racing over the back side of the course towards Water Point. Warners Bay, sorry. I'm trying to get my geography sorted. Seriously, I am geographically challenged. Maritimo has definitely got the boat race lead. Team 3 in 2nd. That gap is probably 300 metres at the moment. Again, I think Dynamic doing a reset, trying to clear whatever issue they've got with one of the engines.
And Hayden in Dynamic Racing is still having a lot of problems with that boat. Oh, that's totally unfortunate.
I don't know if it's one engine or both engines. SUV Simrad, so they're just coming through now. They're definitely down on straight line speed.
As we have Team Maritimo come out of turn 5
the I mark.
5 and 6, down towards turn 7 and 8.
About to complete lap number 2. So time race half an hour. Team 3 just making the right hander. Oh, listen to Maritimo. Those 750s are just screaming. Take a listen to this on the waterfront. This is when a commentator just goes, shh. On the Gold Coast, 1500 horsepower, 510 cubic inch big blocks, carbureted this year. We've got 3. Listen to the difference in the sound of a Team 3 with the 525 Mercury. So not using anywhere near as many RPM as the full-out race engines in Maritimo. 525 Mercuries with 502 cubic inch. They're pretty much a pleasure boat engine. You can find those boat engines in some of the big gin palaces around the world. Holsey and Big Walk are doing a great job in the hull. It's being chased by TCR offshore. Anthony DeVito and Saracen. Endow's and 88 Racing in the Maquarie.
As they go down to turn 1 and 2.
Doesn't look to be sitting.
Disappearing down to turn 1 and 2.
Which are those port and starters, but I can't remember which size, which comp.
I'm about to say, mate, I've got to go.
Right, so race number 1 here on Lake Maquarie. Just a stunning day and a stunning venue. We've got spectator craft right around the venue, inside and outside the courses. Maritimo continues to absolutely fly. They've made that turn. That's up at the F mark. So the right-hander just coming up to you now as we look right down the centre of the boat is the G mark. That's the orange mark. They're just making the run around now. Big RPM and the boat's just sitting beautiful on the water. Not an overly challenging day weather-wise. There's a little bit of lift coming up the course, probably that back straight at Fuller's Bay. They'll have a little bit of a tailwind behind them. So they get settled into the last mark to complete lap number 3. So H and I, and the big yellow one here right in front of us before the checkered flag, boys, is the A mark. Again, just listen to a pair of screaming 750 horsepower big box. Teams are running the hearing props. It's pretty much the standard around.
Here comes Team 3 down from the top turn 7 and 8 back onto the main straight here on the banks of Lake Maquarie. Team 3 in second place.
Running the 502 cubic inch Mercuries of V8s. Yeah, that's gorgeous little race boat. Mercury, 300 excesses, so around the 600 horsepower mark. It's a newly built boat called the Shifty Cat. It's dynamic. With big
Team Holt in third place. And TCR Racing in fourth place. As we have Team Maritimo and Team 3 over on the other side of Lake Maquarie. As I go over to Team Maritimo onto turn 3 and 4.
Dynamic racing heading back to the pits. One of the rescue craft just getting down towards them now. So a nasty moment here at Lake Maquarie in the early stages of race number 1.
Oh, Tim, has he stopped?
Can't confirm 100% which boat it was, but you did hear a word on the forefront here in front of us that potentially it was the 88 Racing team, but as soon as we get confirmation, we will let you know.
It looks like Team Maritimo who's come to a stop.
It looks like the Disbro team were one of the first boats to actually stop, and they look offering their assistance. We've got a quarry tree sitting here right in front of us, so I can't quite see. You seem to think it is 88?
Yeah, well, I can see the underside of the hull and it looks like a little shifty cat, so that's a shame.
Alright, here comes the Shark Cat through the centre of the course, so the rest of the teams would have got the word around the course. We've got our Supercat outboard boats have slowed down to our right. trying to pick up where Maritimo.
He's come to a stop.
Maritimo, I think they're up towards H and I. Team 3 just coming up to the G mark.
Team 3.
So as soon as we get an update, we'll certainly let everyone know. Dynamic Racing certainly heading back into the marina here to try and get their issues sorted out for races 2 and 3 tomorrow. So potentially right now, where does that sit with, will there be a restart, potential of a restart? We were not even 15 minutes into the race.
It's going to be a tight call, mate. That's a good idea.
Yeah.
That sounds like our submarine guys.
Yeah, not much of an air force left in New Zealand. You guys certainly make up for it over here. The new F-35 is based out of Williamtown. I landed in last night. Unfortunately, didn't get to see them, but I'll have my plane nerd hat on tomorrow when I fly out, see if I can spot them. So first 2 rounds of the championship, round 3, obviously here. Look, we've got 2 more races left to go on the weekend. Yep. With the sport, and I've had it in New Zealand after the end of a race, someone go, when's the next race?
Yeah.
That was it. Yeah. We've got 2 more races this weekend, 11 and 1 p.m. here tomorrow. Similar format. Again, in this absolutely magnificent venue. Round 4 of the championship, head back up north to Harvey Bay.
Yep, up to Harvey Bay. Up to Harvey Bay for the last round of the championship.
It's November sometime. It has to be before the end of the year.
Yeah, normally. Doesn't mean it will be. But no, I think it's the 1st of December.
Yeah, we might try and get up to that one. I think it's about 4 hours north of Brisbane where we are. I haven't been up to Harvey Bay. I've got some relatives up there, so that's another great venue.
Yeah, absolutely, mate. It's a fantastic venue, so everyone's looking forward to Harvey Bay. A little bit of a shame, I don't know that there'll be enough time to get Mike and Griff's both back up and running, but hey, let's hope so, and let's hope there's not too much damage to it. If it's only motors and stuff, Griff and Mike here are probably 2 of the best outboard mechanics there are, so they don't have to rely on anybody like I do to get their things back up and running, so they just do it themselves.
I can hear Dynamic just revving up in the pits behind us, so they're problem solving at the moment. So, look, I would suggest we're not going to get a restart here. Certainly tomorrow, love to see you back down here on the waterfront at 11 a.m. and 1 p.m. again. Just hold off, we'll confirm that in the next 5 or so minutes. 11 a.m. tomorrow.
Day 2 of the 2019 Australian Offshore Superboat Championship here on the banks of Lake Maquarie. This will be race 3, final race of the weekend for the 2019 Australian Offshore Superboat Championship. Andy Bowen is my name for Andy's Powerboat videos by Andy's Video Photography. We missed out on race 2, but at least they got the race completed for race 2. Race 3 looks like it's going to. Race 3 looks like it's going to be a cracker of a race. It's a bit choppy here on the shores and the banks of Lake Maquarie. A bit choppy, but that won't worry the offshore powerboats because that's what they're used to, and they love lifting out of the water and putting an absolute show here on the banks of Lake Maquarie. We should have the boats do a lap around the course, or they're just going to get straight into it and get the racing done. And then in a few weeks' time, I think they're heading up to Harvey Bay for round 4 of the 2019 Australian Offshore Superboat Championship, which is supposed to be an awesome weekend up there at Harvey Bay in far north Queensland, or somewhere in Queensland. Conditions are windy a bit. The lake is a bit choppy because of the wind, as we have the boats come out of the pits onto the course, you've got TCR Racing and Yeah, so it should be a good race for race 3 of the 2019 Offshore Superboat Championship, and it's going to be very interesting who gets the run out of the chute down to the main straight, which is down the end of the course of Lake Maquarie. And yeah, so just missed out on race 2, but race 3 is supposed to be I'm hoping it's going to be a cracker of a race. Team Maritimo is the favourite of, and Andrew, the driver of Team Maritimo 11. I talked to him earlier over in the pits, and he said that he is going to be going full pelt at it. So yeah, he'll be standing on the gas, and yeah, so hopefully we'll be set to see a clear race, and hopefully nothing happens. So yeah. So as we have the boats up the top of turn 7 and 8, looks like that's where they stay to warm their engines up before they come down onto the course. And once the white flag and the pole boat brings them down onto the main straight with the white flag up, and then they'll put the white flag down, and that's when they'll just thundering down the main straight down towards turn 1 and 2. And yeah, it should be fantastic. So yeah. As I just zoom into where the boats are up onto the top of turn 7 and 8, just waiting for race control and to get this race underway here on the banks of Lake Maquarie. Sorry if it's so windy, but I can't do nothing about that. So yeah, as it looks like all the boats are all together in a pack. Looks like that they are just about nearly ready to bring them down. So yeah, the water conditions here on Lake Maquarie are starting to get a bit choppy, because there is boats in Lake Maquarie that are making it very hard. But it shouldn't be okay. It should be okay for the boats, because they are in more worse conditions than this. I've seen them when they're just lifting out of the water and jumping waves of basically nearly 5. I can't really pronounce how high they come out of the water, but I've seen them absolutely launch, and like at Harvey, like at Bowen, Maquarie, in Newcastle, Coffs Harbour, and to see these boats just jumping out of waves and the swirl and stuff is just, oh, it's unbelievable. And these boats are very, very expensive machines. I think some of them might be around the, I don't really know if they are around the $1 million mark, but yeah, I can't even pronounce how much they would cost or how much they are. They would be around the $2,000 mark or around the $1,000 mark, so yeah, but it'll be interesting to ask one of the drivers how much their boat is worth, as we have the red flag up on the Powerboat. It still looks like the course is still closed at this stage, and yeah, so once the Powerboat puts the red flag down and puts the white flag up, we're hoping that the boats will start coming out of turn 7 and 8 onto the main straight, and you'll be, yep, red flag's down, yellow flag's up, so just waiting for, as we can see, some of the boats starting their engines up on the banks of Lake Maquarie as they're up in turn 7 and 8, warming their engines up. As they're doing a bit of just going around in circles, just that's called warming their engines up, and hopefully all boats are going to be running well for all the drivers, because this is a very, very expensive sport, offshore powerboat racing, and yeah, so need to drop down a bit more. So as I just zoom into Hayden's boat from Dynamic Racing, he had a good day today in race 2. Yesterday he had some very bad engine problems. Apparently boat wanted to be a, yeah, just didn't want to do what it was supposed to do. So he wasn't very happy about that, and neither was the race team. So hopefully that, and he won. So we got the white flag up on the Powerboat, so stand by, ladies and gentlemen, for race 3 and the last race of the 2019 round 4 of the Australian Offshore Superboat Championship here on the banks of the beautiful Lake Maquarie. I'm not going to be able to see down to turn 1 and 2, but I'm going to see them coming out of 3 and 4 over to Warners Bay, and then over to turn 5 and 6, back onto, and then on to 7 and 8. So sorry about that, but there's just no way I can get down to see the turn 1 and 2, because that's just how the layout of the course is. So it looks like the boats are coming out of turn 7 and 8, with the pole boat having his white flag to bring them all down onto the course. And it looks like Dynamic has full power, rooster tail out the back of the boat. That's great to see for Hayden in Dynamic Racing. Oh, this is going to be absolutely fantastic for round 3, race 3, as they come down. Set for a start. Racing, and the white flag's down there racing. Maritimo down to the main straight, down to turn 1 and 2, with the others here behind. Maritimo down into first, turn 1 and 2, down towards down towards 3 and 4. And they are thundering down the main straight, down into turn 1 and 2. And who's going to be out of the chute first, out of turn 1 and 2? And it's Team Maritimo, first place out of turn 1 and 2, thundering towards 3 and 4. Over to Warners Bay. And we have Dynamic Racing in second place. And Team 3 in third place, as they thunder over towards Warners Bay, turn 3 and 4. Maritino absolutely thundering over there. And Dynamic Racing in second place, Team 3 in third place. As the unlimited boats are the ones at the front, and Maritino is it's neck and neck out of 4 and 5. Absolutely thundering out of that corner. Andrew, the driver of Team Maritimo, is absolutely flying down towards turn 7 and 8. And Hayden in Dynamic Racing is in second place. Team 3 in third place, as they come round turn 7 and 8 onto the main straight. And this will complete the first lap. Maquarie. TCR Racing and Team Hulk. As Team Maritimo is absolutely flying down towards turn 3 and 4 over the Warners Bay. And yeah, oh, he's just absolutely put the pedal to the metal, and he has said to all the other drivers, catch me if you can. As we have Team Maritimo coming out of 4 and 5. Out of 6. And absolutely thundering up towards 7 and 8. Team Maritimo coming down to the second lap of the third race. Team 3 in second place, and Hayden in Diamond Racing in third place. Lap 2 done for Heat Race 3 as they go down to turn 1 and 2. Team Maritimo over in turn 4 and 5, coming to turn 6. Man, there's a lot of people over there. Team Maritimo coming out of turn 5 and 6. Coming out of turn 5 and 6. As we have Andrew in Team Maritimo coming down for the complete the third lap. These awesome machines sound good on Lake Maquarie. Team 3 to complete the third lap of race 3 for the final race of the weekend. Maritimo is just past, he's lapping every boat and he's coming down around turn 5 and 6. Team Maritimo, Andrew's boat, thundering down the main straight. This thing sounds absolutely awesome when it passes race control down the main straight. Thundering down towards turn 1 and 2. As we have Hayden in Dynamic Racing, massive rooster tail out the back of his boat, thundering down the main straight. Team Maritimo over near Warners Bay, turn 3 and 4. And this will be the final lap. Has stopped. Oh no, that's not good at all. Maritimo has stopped. Oh well, that gives Team 3 the lead. And Dynamic Racing's in third place. Second place, sorry. Team 3 down to the main straight. With Hayden in Dynamic Racing with the roost tail out the back of the boat. Down the main straight. Thundering down the main straight. Boat sounding awesome today. 3 comes down onto the main straight with Hayden in Dynamic Racing not far behind. look at the rooster tail on Hayden's boat. Dynamic Racing. Man, that's a lot of water. Getting thrown out the back of the boat. Team 3 in first place, heading over to 3 and 4 over the Warners Bay Bridge. And Dynamic Racing is not very far behind Team 3. Don't know how many laps they're doing, but still racing. Oh, look at that big rooster tail by Hayden out of Dynamic Racing. Man, that's a lot of water getting thrown out the back. Coming out of turn 5 and over towards turn 7 and 8. Side by side by Team 3 and Hayden in Dynamic Racing. Ding dong battle this is between Dynamic Racing and Team 3 down towards 7 and 8. And it looks like Hayden's just taken over and put him up into first place. Around turn 8. Rooster Tail out the back. Onto the main straight. Oh, what a sight and a half this is. Side by side. What an absolute race that is. As I've been told, it's a half an hour race, so about 1:30 I think they finish. Not sure, but yeah, they're still going. So anyway, as they come out of turn 6, 5 and 6, and then on to down to 7 and 8. Australian Offshore Superboat Championship here on the banks of Lake Maquarie for round 3 with Andy Bowen from Andy's Powerboat Videos by Andy's Video Photography in commentary as they go down to 7 and 8. Team 3 over there on the back straight, heading down towards turn 7, and Hayden in Dymac Racing onto turn 8 with Rooster Tail out the back, thundering down the main straight. The Hulk has just come to a stop, complete stop, over on turn. Oh, he's got it back going again. I thought he was going to stop then, but he's actually, he's struggling to get that boat fired up. Yes, he's got it back going. They're back in it. As I zoom back over to 5 and 6, turn 5 and 6 with Hayden in Dymac Racing with the massive big Rooster Tail. And he is loving these conditions on the banks of Lake Maquarie. As we want to say thanks to visit newsouthwales.com.au for this, and the Lake Maquarie Council for this fantastic weekend of these absolute awesome machines of the 2019 Australian Offshore Superboat Championship. Back on to turn 8 with Hayden in dynamic racing with Roostertail out the back. And this should be the final, and this is the, and it's the checker flag. And Hayden in dynamic racing takes the checker flag for race 3 of the 2019 Race Offshore Superboat Championship. Well done, Hayden. And Team 3 takes second place. Well done. Phew! That was awesome. I'm Andy Bowen from Andy's Powerboat Videos by Andy's Video Photography. Thanks for watching. Subscribe to my YouTube channel and we'll see you here next year. Same time, same weekend, and there'll be plenty more powerboat racing yet to come. Until then, it's bye for now. That's the end of Andy's Powerboat Videos by Andy's Video Photography. That's the end of Andy's Powerboat Videos by Andy's Video Photography.